Hello, 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 everyone. I'm gonna wait a bit before I get going. And also see if I'm actually live and not just streaming into the void. Am I streaming into the void? Is the nonsense working? Have I caused the problems? Ah, good deal. I am live. Let me just do a little hand test. Other hand test. Two hand test. Alright, moving my head. Oof. Alright. Oof. Popping my shoulders. Alright. Hello, 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 everyone. My name is Monsterus from SNMGD, and we are playing Stanley the Parable Ultimate Deluxe Edition. I have never played this game. This will be my first time playing it. I have seen clips of the game, but I have never played this game. So, let's begin! We will do English subtitles. I'm glad they asked me. Have you played Stanley Parable before? No. Please adjust your slider until the computer is barely visible. Well, I gotta adjust it for the stream, so that'll be good enough for y'all. Please enter your current time. Oh! Do I have to worry about, like, censoring personal data? Okay. It's quite late. Note, accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. Okay. The Stanley Parable. Hello, Big Drew. I figure we have a fun game to play. Ah, it's a game within a game within a... Oh my gosh, it's a game within a game within a game within a game within a game. Let's see... English is good. I think we'll just keep the volume as it is. That looks good. Let's make that music 60. Actually, let's just make it 80. That's fine. Let's go. Turn the FOV up. Oh, FOV. Oh, field of view up. Sure. That's probably a good idea. Camera sensitivity is fine. This is how it will be displayed. Oh, that's fine. That's a good idea. Thank you, Drew. I missed that. Let's do one more gander before we do everything. Audio should be good. Video, borderless is fine. Resolution is great. Quality is fine. Oh, the classic WASD. Begin the game. Never the end is never the end is never the end is never the end. Oh boy. Oh no. Am I in a loop? Let's go. I am ready to fight. I don't know what I'm ready to fight and murder bad guys.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Sure.
Employee number 427's job was simple.
Oh.
He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons.
This sounds like me working at the bank.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push,
They want
how
that.
long to push them, and in what order.
Oh, jeez.
This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in. As though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Was he?
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Sure. Hold on. So Stanley isn't a boring job. He has to have someone give him instructions to say hi? Can I actually interact with this thing? No. So... Oh, can I click on... Hold on. Click. Click. Okay. 4:30.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
Is there an achievement?
Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth?
Yes.
No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks.
Uh-huh.
Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, fine.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
50? Okay.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward
It's
for
meaning a
valiant
lot to
effort.
me
I
right
want to see
now.
some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417. You got it, buddy. 417. 20 clicks on 417. You got it. 420. 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 20.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
437! You got it, buddy! 437. No, I went the wrong way. Hello, Zareth! I am playing a game called Stanley Parable. 437. No, that's not it. I passed it. Okay, hold on. 437. Huh. I'm sorry, I'm too excited. Oh, pfft. My brain, I saw 430 and 429, and I was thinking, oh, it's over here. Okay, I see.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
415, you got it, buddy! For the achievement! Okay.
Now, back to door number 437.
437! Oh! I'm being over the top and silly. I apologize. I don't apologize.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
The copy machine? I know the copy machine.
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Yeah! We're getting there! We're making it!
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
419's desk, you got it. Climb? Can I jump? Can I not jump? You can't jump. No, seriously, we disabled it. You get your first achievement, award for getting any of the tasks done. Aww, I can't jump, so I give you an achievement if I can't jump. I saw it pop up on the screen. Oh no, can we not climb on the desk at all?
Yes!
Yeah, we
this
did
is
it!
great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
416, you got it.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
I'll do it, buddy! For the achievements!
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5!
Yes! We did it!
Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now? What were you thinking?
I was, you know what, for shame of me, I did not think very far about, you know what, you've taught me a lesson to really work hard in getting these achievements. I'm going to slide over because we're going to get a lot more achievements than that, that's for sure. There we go, we're just slide on over. I don't know. I was silly. I've learned my lesson, my friend. I've learned my lesson. Achievements is the way to go. And regular after stuff, this would get you fired. Oh, of course it would. Alright, let's get some secrets here. Alright. Ooh, that is bright. Oh, I turned off the computer. You know what? We're saving computer. We're saving the power for the house. Why not? They should really hire this guy to narrate an actual story-based game. Oh, that would be great. I'm turning... I'm turning everyone's screen off. Can I not enter this room? There is a door open. There's also another door open. Someone is playing solitaire. I hate Mondays, don't we all? Huh. Cool. Ooh, there's things going on over there.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Left. You got it, buddy. You know what? I normally would be a dick and go the opposite direction. I'm going to be nice this time. I'm going to follow along. Let's go. Oh, 1, 3. Okay. Or should we do the opposite? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Drew.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Imagine if you're in a horror game where there's a cheerful voice. Oh my god, that would be... Gosh. And then they walked into the room. How does he know? Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Everyone is unique. You most of all. Number of slides on this slide. Slides, charts, and slides. You know what? That's a lot of business right there. Everyone paying attention? Business. Rate on which charts on the same slide depicts the same information. Oh my god, my world has changed. The rate of increase in graphs per slide. Please, no more charts. Please, I'm begging, stop. The Boss Appreciate Minute. On your Boss Appreciate Minute worksheet, circle the top 20 things you love most about your boss, fill out the triplicate, and return the boss application specialist. Solving interpersonal conflict. If you find yourself in a conflict with another diligent little pony like yourself, but more inclined toward a conflict unless you're the kind of person who... I can't read fast enough. Success, less air, hope, travel, stonks. Talk radio. Mitosis. Tips of not getting fired. Talk less. Do unbelievably amazing work at all time every day with no exceptions or promotions or recognition. And don't get fired. That's right. Not to get fired is not to get fired. How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it all ball up inside you. Take all the passive aggression on other coworkers. Resent the coworkers for not supporting you more. Use slides to assure the employees everything is okay. Make sure your slides have a slick blue graphic on the header and a throw some bevel at the text. This will ensure a calm and productive work environment. Mathador, look! It's your business class! Look at your business class! We see it. What is hot? Profit! Thanks. Violet James You are fired. Money, more money, but money, but to buy more things. Graphs about things plus money. You have our new product. Stripes requires more secondary research. Color and segments. The stock market is something here. A lot of percent. Teenagers. Throw something in the idea bin. 1. No more bins. Trash cans. Rename of the idea bin. Firing of MG. Idea bin. Need more reviews. Find a teenager to put into the teenager demographic. Just grab a random teenager. Hey, broom closet. Ooh, see?
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Is there nothing here? Because I feel like there's something here. Hold on. There's a bucket. There's a broom. Can I take the broom?
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet.
No, I'm staying here.
No reason to still be here.
No! I want tools. Give me wrench. Wrench?
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
FA means fantastic. Close the door. All right.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing?
No,
Why?
I'm doing things.
Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely
I'm
confused.
talking to Mr. Broom. He is giving me secrets of the world and universe. And there's a little version of that up there. I want that.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
But this...
I never would have thought to mention it.
Aw. But I want it.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path.
Uh-huh.
Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did
you get the broom closet ending?
The broom closet ending was my favorite."
It is!
I hope your friends find this concerning.
No, they're dorks like me. I love the broom closet. Do you guys like the broom closet ending? I got the
Stanley
broom closet
was fat
ending.
and ugly and really, really stupid.
Aw.
He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Oh no, not hookers. And the drugs.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard.
Oh no!
Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They've fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
I just want to stay here a little longer. This person is dead. They have been dead for a while. Society has crushed them. They are dead on this keyboard. Scoop them away. Bring another gamer. We need another one. One that can play games and can click on a mouse and keyboard. Ah, very good. Oh, God. It's catarific. Well, we have a broom. I wanted the broom. That's all I wanted. The whole point of me being in the broom closet was like, oh, broom. That'd be a nice weapon. I'm thinking weapons.
Second player. It's good to have you on board.
It's all good, buddy.
I guarantee you can't do any worse than coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Wait. Dang it. All right, you know what? It's down here.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
Ow!
Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating?
Oh, no.
No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head.
Whose voice
One
is
he
this?
was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself?
Yes.
Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just...
Wake up.
He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job.
We have a wife?
All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Stanley had a nightmare.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Hey, Mariella!
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
Crap!
And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
She didn't ask for help. She didn't call for help. She just ran away. I think my first achievement was
All of
trying
his
to jump.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I know, we're going
Stanley
back in the
decided
room.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Broom closet.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his
Oh
left.
no, I forgot to close my door. Aw. Oh no, I'll have to go. Well, don't worry, we're gonna go lose our mind. 1 second. I should
Yet
close
there
my
was
office
not
door.
a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Oh, really? Oh, you have more dialogue?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Damn it! I tried. To be rich is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it to be rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. Huh. Okay. The beige pages. You can't pump fake doors? Oh. Oh, panda! Business strategy. Shoot a panda. Let's see.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number.
Oh, what's that?
2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. he stepped into the newly opened passageway.
11111. This is really dark. Why does our boss have a secret elevator in a building leading underground?
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
For he knew the answer. The answer was cheese. Oh, cheese. Yellow.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Ooh, there's an escape, though. See, I want to go along with you, bud, but the part of me goes, ooh. Mind control first. Let's play this game as if we were meant to play it.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
No, I don't. I have to run. No, that's fine. What does it say? Hold on. There's words on that page, and I can't make it out. Oh, Lord. I gotta go lean in. Oh, goodness gracious. There's something on that page. I think it's numbers.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Oh no! You sickos! Why is one room full of red lines?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
I think so.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never.
Side door
It was
there.
unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Well, he was happy about pushing buttons when he was told to push a button. Hello, I'm the architect. You're gonna hate the
But here
speedrun
was the
ending.
proof,
Oh no.
the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Yeah! So is there a 1 somewhere? Okay, so there's a 5. 3. Lots of colorful lights. There's a 1. There's 1, 2. Okay. So 1, 2. Okay. I will destroy the machine.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Something about mine detection. Okay, let's turn it off. Hello? Hello?
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him.
Of course not.
For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
When the open door fully opens, I wouldn't mind.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Beat the game. Complete the Stanley Parable. Alright, guys, we beat the game. Short game. The shortest game. I give it 10 out of 10. I kind of want to mess around a little bit.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, so how did we get up on the desk last time?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Trying to see, how did we get on a desk last time? Okay.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference.
Oh, I went up a
nor did it
chair.
advance the story in any way.
Excuse me, it's advancing the story. I'm pushing all the buttons.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Going right.
this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I know.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I would like to admire the employee lounge. Sure.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room.
Zoom in.
Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Can I get a drink, actually? No.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs, but eager to get back to business. Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Actually, I'm going to take this room.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Ah, don't you worry, buddy.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stan.
What? Really?
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
You want me to give you a chance? Should we give him a chance, guys? Should we give the nice man a chance? Or should we keep going? We keep doing our own thing. Do not stand on this other side of the fence. You know? I really want to now. I'm a rule breaker.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
You said you're not going to hurt me. You said you're not going to hurt me if I follow you. Alright, you know what? You said you're not going to hurt me.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Okay. You said you were going to be nice to me.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Ooh, are we got friends and secrets?
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy.
Aww.
I actually feel happy.
This is pretty. So this is a lovely projector. Oh, we're gonna be tripping balls. Ooh. Oh, look at the colors! Anyways, I'm back. Hey, welcome back. Apparently, we decided to disagree with him and then agree with him because he said he was really trying to make us happy. Kind of curious. All right, what else you got? We got green now? All right. Is it going to be like blue? If it's like blue, I'm going to be leaving. I know you're happy. All he wants to do is just enjoy the happiness, enjoy the colors. Oh, and then it comes with red. Nice! So they do change it up. I like it. Okay. Well, what do you guys think? Do we need to leave, or do you think we could just stay here a little longer? Ooh. There we see the galaxy. Millions upon millions of stars. We watch as the great planets collide, and the vacuum of space consumes the individuals and people on the planet. That is how Second Earth died. Alright, let's go. Sorry, buddy.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Adventure!
Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Oh, come on, buddy. I'm not gonna die.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Oh, I see. The only way out is to die. You gonna say anything? No? Alright.
No!
Blech.
Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Okay, if I go back to the... Oh. There's a drawing. If I go back to the other room?
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
Here's the thing. I like moving. Sorry. Sorry.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
I feel so bad. I feel so bad for the narrator. Please, go back.
No. No, no, what are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
Billions and billions of stars. More stars than every grain of sand in the galaxy. Goodbye, crew world!
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God. Is this really how much you dislike my game?
No.
That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it?
No.
You're literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
No.
Am I reading the situation correctly?
No.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Buddy, I'm sorry. I feel kind of bad. I feel like I've been jerking him around. Goodbye, crew world! Blech.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm going back.
Back to the reality.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
Nope.
What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by?
He
He no
did.
longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Anyway, I know I just got back, but I'm about to have an amazing stream and an even better night. Yay! That is the shortest ending. That was the shortest speedrun ending I've ever came across.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
So my character seems to already know what's happening, kinda. See, I'm trying to climb up and see if I can go through a window. Because I feel like I can. I just gotta, like, bank it, but I don't think I can. Is there, like, a small platform? I know I can't jump. Is there not a small... Nope, can't climb it either. Okay, somehow I could have jumped to it one time and that was it. Not jumped, but climbed up an office desk because I could climb on the box. And from the box, I could get on the chair. Damn. It's a secret. No.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'll enter the door on my left.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
Oh no!
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office,
You took my
hoping he might
broom!
find an answer there.
My broom closet! You took it! No! My broom! My broom! My broom, you... Why? Why you took it?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast time. Money crisp. Oh, that's awesome. Can I leave this way? Hey! Oh! Hey! Oh! Yeah! We're leaving. We're going. What? I hear the narrator in my ear softly singing with the song. But this is just... It leads to nothing, does it? Yeah. Why? Why does it... Why?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
8.
I got the achievement 8!
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Still feel like there were secrets somewhere. I will find all the secrets. He's doing the mouth. Da, 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 da. And I heard that 1, 2, 3, 4. Forward step, back step, right step.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Would he? No, I wouldn't.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Doesn't look death. Where am I? Did I die? Oh no.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
But narrator, why?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, female narrator.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
I don't know.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Oh. Stanley's computer. The corridor pacing of opening sections are important to get right. Corridor is to be moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the 2 doors in good time. The 2 doors. The set of 2 doors are the first concrete piece of Stanley Parable's design. One is the room which was created. The rest in the game emerges in an extension of it. An exploitation of controlling contradictions this room poses. I see. Office layout. The blueprints showed that the office from the beginning and the end of the game. The path for Stanley's office of the 2 doors was the right part of the game. Was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout the development. Throughout the core remains almost identical to the first iteration. Oh, so we're going every time we go through this is iteration. I see. The office. Okay. Cute. Button sounds. A section of sounds used throughout the game. The buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of keyboard strokes and synthetic tone. Office computer, solitaire, download, fully database, nice. Filing cabinet. Ah, the credits. Office. Maintenance room. Ah, the early version of the maintenance room. Huh. This museum is fantastical. I don't want to leave this place yet. I just want to explore it. Office clock. The boss's office. Oh, several iterations of it. Interesting. Alright, let's hug the left a little. Let's see. Fun. Warzone. Earlier in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up in a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intentions. Aw. It would have been fun! Aw. I like shooters. Apartment timer. The previous version choice led to the apartment ending. A timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. Interesting. Cargo lift. The second version functions the same way as with its final game. We wanted to look more like a place where cargo was actually being stored. That makes sense. Cargo lift. The cargo lift was always intended to offer a choice of staying on or jumping to a different path. However, after early versions, we decided we also wanted options for the player falling to their death. Fair, 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 fair. Option 2. Disobey, obey. The other entrance would be hidden depending on how you entered. Maintenance. One door to maintain its lounge and the original back to the track. What about this? The vent. Confusing ending. Can you use a vent in the maintenance area? Okay. Huh. The levers were originally part of the Zending, where players would pull a lever and the narrator would describe the color they pulled. Almost reminds me of Portal. The game is now paused. Begin the game again. Resume the game. Options. Return the game. Escape menu. For a long time we had an ending that only ending when the player restarted the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few people realized it was what we were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. Okay. Countdown desk. One of the desks from earlier versions of the countdown ending. Interesting. Countdown room. Okay, so I guess we go through the Stanley Parable again. Right, that was the museum. It wasn't too bad. Ah, that is the exit.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. how they both wish to be free.
Yeah, but it's not gonna happen.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another?
They do.
No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game.
Really?
As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else.
But,
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting
the only
room.
way to win
Perhaps
the
he had
game
simply
is
missed
not
a
to play
memo.
the game.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Oh, come on. Let me in. Let me over. Let me over. Let me over. No. Let's see. Okay. No, won't let me over. Oh, there's this chair. Let me over. Oh, there goes. There goes. Oh, yes. Yay! Oh.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want. Like, right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
Oh, I can maintain quite a lot. Let's go. Let's go. Let me hear how you can
There
annoy me.
once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. You too will become quite unbearable.
I like that actually. I like this, though. Alright, alright, alright. Begin the game again. That was a nice Easter egg.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
There's also phone calls?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright, Matador, what direction do we want to go? Which way? Do we go to the left like he wants, or to the right? Alright, to the right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider.
So once you get to the hall...
Yes.
Go to the left and
really,
press the elevator
really
board
worth
over
it being
them.
here in
Okay.
the room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
So you want me to take the first open door to my left?
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
You want me to take the elevator?
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
Ah. Damn, he won't let me. Go left, you say?
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Well, that's a truck. Ooh.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
No.
And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Ah!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Should we just repeat what we did last time?
When Stanley... Wait, what?
Oh!
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Well, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then.
Just open all the doors.
It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Let's see. The story is this way. We're gonna find the story. We're gonna find our way. I'm gonna hug the right now, 'cause that seems to be the best option. We're gonna find the story. Oh.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
No.
I found it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
No! Let me go past the chairs.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ooh, there's some things going on. Have things changed? Do things look a little different? Oh!
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
We probably did. Let's go back, buddy. We're gonna find the story. Yes, we will. Any stories here? Nope.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Oh, buddy, I don't think we're in the right story anymore.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win.
Aww.
Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
Aww.
Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is.
I think this is
I
gonna be
don't
a
care
haunted
what might happen
game.
this time. I have to restart.
Hey!
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
Yeah!
Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Ooh. Ooh, we're going through the special doors. The special doors.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay, now if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what?
You lost track?
I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
I love this song.
Wait, cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
All right, I'm looking at the fern. I am keeping track of it. Oh, I love the leaves. Everyone remember? The fern has 3 little weird wacky leaves and then 2 leaves that clunk together on the right. All right, let's go. We got this.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
I mean, just follow the line. Oh.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
No, I'm alive. Oh, no voice.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us?
I know.
We're intelligent people, right?
Oh, it's
Why
trademark
can't we
too.
make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious.
Hell yeah, let's make our own
This all
story.
sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Heck yeah.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be?
Fighting aliens.
Go wild. Use your imagination.
Spaceships.
Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Fighting alien spaceships, Ninja Turtles, surfing.
Oh, no,
pizza.
not you
Aw.
again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms.
I agree.
Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
I agree. It that has been trademarked and the line that has been trademarked. Let us not have them here. No its or no lines. Trademark. Oh, he's following us. Good. Go back from which you came, demon yellow line.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Yeah,
Okay,
sure, buddy.
So
I
I
got you.
know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Let's go, buddy. Oh.
Hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me?
Exactly.
Why do I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle?
We're free!
Whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination, so I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually.
Well, if this is
in
going
the
with what I think it
meantime,
is, we're about to have a 7th restart. Hello?
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Hell yeah. This is great. I got what I wanted. New content.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Shoot, it's new content, buddy. Let's go!
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Okay.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Shoot, me too, buddy. Ooh, bucket.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Heck yeah. Am I supposed to push a button?
Is it broken?
Yeah.
What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Let's go! Oh, it's top very far.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Content! What?
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle?
Oh. This is the content? Circle jump? Alright guys, let's see if you can beat the nukes. Jump circle content of 35. Oh, I only had so many jumps remaining.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I am totally 100 with you on that one.
Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content?
No.
If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
You and me too, narrator. You and me too, elevator. Narrator. Yeah, that's a good plant. Thank you for enjoying the
That's
new
it?
content. What?
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley?
What?
This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this?
Oh, no.
I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally
Do
accountable.
so.
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Oh. Ooh. What? I'm sorry? Did I break the game? I don't think I'm supposed to start here.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent.
Ooh.
I want to show you something.
Oh, hell yeah, buddy! Are we trying to stay away from the story? Is this supposed to make it a side adventure? Are we killing aliens? Please let me kill aliens. Oh, it's loading. Oh, it is loading. Oh my. I didn't think it was gonna load that hard. Did we die? You got the new achievement, the loading achievement.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
Oh, smart.
Just our little secret. Take a look.
Oh, I look forward to it. I'm trying not to move too fast. Oh, this is so much better.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Aww. This is a pretty nice triangle house. 2013.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
I agree. The Stanley Parable. Audience Award, The Stanley Parable. 2014 Independent Games Festival. The Stanley Parable, the British Academy Film and Television Arts Awards to... I like the fact they just put that there. I love that. Our first kiss, my first car, the release of the Stanley Parable in 2013. 2013. Oh, he's living 2013. Oh, buddy. Good times. Me being tortured. Trip down memory lane. Smile because it happened. Is this your first dollar for the game? Oh. Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. British Academy Film and Television Developer Team. Nominee British Academy Award Stanley Parable Game Innovation. British for 2014. 2014 they got the British Academy Award for Debut Game Story. New video game released today. Creator surprise, down to earth. Oh, 50% off of a designer hats. Oh my. Design Stanley Parable deals tough choices. Oh, that's when we got murdered. And lovely little Stanley. Oh, the hamster. The piano.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now.
Lifeless.
A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Aww. Don't read any other reviews except for this one. How do you review a game like Stanley Parable? To describe any part of this risks its relations to details which they say about the game. Design, illusions of choice. The psychological of the gamer is to tell you too much. Comparison to are going to be woefully inadequate. Perhaps it's the closest cousin would be Dear Esther. Or the Dear Esther wasted the form of interactive entertainment. Stanley Parable uses and then subverts it, where so many games that aspire more than games end up less than any form of art. Stanley Parable strives, and then succeeds to be every game ever created. And even so, holding the game to the Stanley standards of any other title is simply not going to be correct. So how do you review what has become known as the Stanley Parable HD? The full-scale reimagination of one of the most intriguing mods available online. How do you discuss it, analyze it, and recommend it? This is quite simple. You don't. Flawless victory. Game rates 10 aren't perfect since nothing is, but come close you can get to giving the given genre. The new must-have game in the sector. We're talking pure ecstasy. Check out more reviews and Destructoid Score Guide. Boy. Memories like the good old days. Memories on maintenance. Huh. Curious about that. The original remaking. Person of the Year, Stanley. Ah, Stanley and her.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Let's see. I've always had some. I always have been someone who wants to go the wrong way first in games. Why, since the game is trying to usher me down a particular path to get me to run from left to right, or maybe to change straight ahead, I need to satisfy my instinct to go against the grain, to explore, to see what the designer has put in my way. Sometimes I find a one-up or a collectible stashed away that rewards me for interpreting behavior. And other times, my explorations are rewarded with only but a clutching disappointment of running up against an invisible wall. Whatever I find or don't find, my action is a manifest of my own desires and exerts some independence to make my own choices within a system that severely limits my options and encourages certain specific behaviors. The Stanley Parable feels alive in its responsiveness to your choices. It inspires one to subvert your experiences and keep you on your toes. I think the Stanley Parable is a sort of video game analog for Charlie Kaufman and Spike Jonze's brilliant film adaptation, which generally mocks the ways in which so many films manipulate audience with a formulaic plot twists in situations in which the characters learn huge life lessons, while simultaneously moving me with this formulaic plot twist in situations in which a character learns huge life lessons. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of one's choice in the game and other systems too, like our workplace and the families. The game that offers some of the most enjoyable surprises and reward choices I've ever been confronted with a game. Going the wrong way has never felt so right. I give it a 9 for superb! I like that. The serious room? Ooh. Why don't you let me go to the serious room? The serious room.
These were simpler times, Stanley.
I agree, buddy.
What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Is it zombies? Ooh, cool drink.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh, honey, this is like the classic don't read it things online kind of thing.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny!
Unfunny?
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Oh gosh, there's a lot of Steam reviews. Oh no, narrator, we need to leave. This is like looking at the first review of the internet. You don't look at the internet reviews.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me.
You're not preachy.
Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure.
Oh.
Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Oh, honey.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto.
Oh,
I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Well, I wouldn't recommend that. People just go spastic and skip. Okay. Do you wanna... Okay.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here,
Okay.
we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. See, now you've gotten me going back to...
I'm sorry, as soon as you said mouthfeel.
Well, there's sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer.
Really?
That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes. It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button to go anywhere other. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone.
Oh, no.
I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me.
That's
the
your
merest
comment.
mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative
Okay, I'm gonna
comment.
skip again.
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks.
Has it?
I've been sitting
Oh, the
here all
plant's
that
dead.
time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with.
Oh, the
And you'd
lights
think
are
that
out.
that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley, not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley.
No?
I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone.
No, you're
I am
anchoring
something.
to me.
I am
Oh,
being
no.
listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate
Nope,
it. Let
nope,
us welcome it.
nope.
Let us... Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible, the spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this...
I don't like it. You're being mean to me. The plant is super dead. Huh, he's quiet. No words? Okay. Oh no. Nope. Nope. We're skipping that. We're not dealing with that. We let that battery die.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being.
Huh. You're dripping of water. Water dripping? Clock has fallen. Hear the sound of water dripping. Ah! Here. Okay. Wish we brought the plant over to move it. But, there's not enough light.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Ooh, it sounds a lot of water. Oh, the roof is getting weak back there. That's good. Maybe we can go through time far away. Ooh. Sunlight. Oh, the plants got crushed. Boom! Ooh! It's pretty. There's figs on the tree. Looks like an oak tree kind of thing going on. I don't know. Oh, it's cold and dark. I don't like it. I'm scared. I'm scared still. Ah! Freedom! Oh, we're in a desert. I guess I did want to have an adventure away. Hey, look, it says the end is never the end, never the end. Oh god, did we kill the narrator by making him go crazy? Is he still alive?
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it.
Was he?
If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Oh shoot, am I paranoid? The new New content.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Is this going to be back to the Steam thing and the sadness? Okay. What'd you do? New continent, other...
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Okay.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Ah. They want the Stanley Parable 2. That is what they want. Okay. Investor Showcase.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
I see. Updated computers. I like the fact they had a poster that just said 2. Ha. Tiva, 2, twe, duex, debe, dua, due, zoe, du, dos, 2. Different languages. 2. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Old plus busted. New hotness. 2 is a thumbs up. More TSB. Better TSB. Win and win. The color is red. Stanley Parable 2. 2. Oh, it's the plant! But 2 types of the plant. The fern was going to be part of it. Everyone remember the fern? 3 little dilly dops and a clump of 3 on the side. Ah, yeah. 2 Stanleys next to each other. 2, 2, 2.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Sequence that are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, City, Divinity Origin Sins 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar, Dark Souls 2. 2, prequel to Stanley Parable. 2 is the sequel to... 2! This way to the show floor. The new features of 2. 2. The Stanley Parable 2.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Sure. Office decoration. Stanley Parable reassurance bucket. This button says the name of the player that is playing the game. Oh wow, that's awesome. 2. This button says the name of the player that is playing the game. Will this make me not be able to explore the rest, or can I come back?
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Oh, that's fantastic. Was it going to say Monsterus or You're One to Die?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind,
Jim.
forget whoever you
baseball.
are, and simply become a person named Jim.
I love baseball.
I want you to imagine
I'm Jim.
yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
I feel like
If
Jim.
so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
The rush!
You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Sure thing, buddy.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away.
No!
Otherwise soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
I was Jim. I was Jim! Damn. Can I push these buttons? Damn. Jim. I love these doors that are locked and they don't go anywhere. He took the Jim button away from me.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Stanley reassuring bucket. Let's do a reassuring bucket. I want the bucket. Bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution.
Can I touch
Come on,
it?
give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Yay!
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Oh, I'm keeping this. This is mine now.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more awaits you in the Stanley Parable 2.
This is nice. I'm gonna keep it.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Office decoration infinity hole.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Happy 12th birthday, stepniece. Get well someday. What do you need?
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get well someday it is.
Okay. Get well someday. Thank you, buddy.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Okay. Oh, even the plant gets a get well. Interesting. Free new easy achievements. Infinite hole. Keep in mind, bucket of inspiration. Depth of infinity.
Stanley,
Oh.
here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Okay, so will this kill me? Aha! I was ready.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue on.
Oh, gee.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Hold on.
Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again?
I
don't
do.
know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The
I
hole was
did.
plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button
That
to
works.
walk up to the top of the
That
hole.
works
and
for
we
me,
can move
buddy.
on. I'll just... Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much.
I love the holes!
A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't
noticed
help but feel
that.
like you spent a little less time in there than you did before.
Sounds
I mean,
like garbage.
admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Okay.
Had enough? I'm
Nope.
positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Sure.
Well, there it is. The shame of... How is this still appealing to you?
I like it.
I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
I'm ready. Thank you for letting me...
Is the, teleport button not working?
No!
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
No!
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley.
No.
I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
No! I want to watch the rest of your new content. No! What's that sound? Am I dying? Is the roof coming closer? Oh, me pressing G. Oh. Secrets! Change your perspective, press F. Oh, nice!
Using up this space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine. My head's stronger. Now
Puppies!
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley!
What?
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland.
I saw
But we
infinite
can't have that,
holes.
Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up
to keep you really, truly focused on the whole. From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Hello, Blue. I need to escape. Oh good, it restarted. I got my bucket!
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Let's see, no screenshots. Alright, now I gotta screenshot it. Haha! This time we will avoid the infinite hole. I will look at it and then I'll run away. Oh, he closed the door. He closed the door of my infinite hole. No! Easy achievement. I can't believe it's that simple. Stanley Parable 2. Easy achievements. Free achievement. You get yours right now. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps. Get yours right now.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Sweet.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Lies! Give me my free achievement! I feel like I get so close. Free achievement. What do you say it takes like 50 clicks to make it worth his while or something? Free achievement. Dreams. Can't we get a free achievement?
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Collect them all? Can you find them all?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
1 out of 6.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Going back to here one more time. So as there actually is little figurines out there that we can collect. Fine. Let's see. What else does the Stanley Parable 2 give us? You are here. Merch. Setting World Champion, Stanley Parable, Reassuring Bucket, Office Epilogue, Collections, if and whole. I don't want to go to the exit. The baby's all grown up. Bankruptcy. Please no screenshots.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes,
Yeah.
yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Setting World Champion. Oh. That's new. Is there actually other little Stanleys that we have to collect here?
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
Yeah.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Aw, I wasted all my jumps. Infinite hole. I guess we should, I'm gonna exit with the bucket. The Stanley bucket is the best bucket for you and me.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready
think
to
so.
move on now?
I think we saw everything.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
I do.
Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment.
Sure.
I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Sure.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Oh.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
Of course.
With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right,
Use that
perfect.
Photoshop.
Go ahead. Take a look.
Sure. The Stanley Parable 2. Ooh, everything's red. Begin.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Oh, snap.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
I'm stepping out of my office.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Let's see. The balloons are everywhere.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
The broom closet's back.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket.
Hell no.
I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket.
This
is your companion and lifelong friend.
It is.
You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never... Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments.
How dare
Expand
you,
on the
sir?
wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point.
I will.
Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
This bucket is my friend. His name is Mr. Bucket. I love him. Leave him alone! You hussy!
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Property of Stanley.
There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet,
Yeah,
with all
hussy.
your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Yeah! He got my back.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Property of Stanley, my bucket. Ooh. You get this feeling money for... Oh, hey.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
We only have 4 more moments of them. I got the feeling, money for stealing, but it's not yours, of course. So that's a lovely puss. Come on, Mr. Bucket.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
Thank you, Mr. Bucket.
Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it.
Yeah.
The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
It was the bucket.
Was the bucket guiding him?
Yes!
Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation.
The bucket will guide me to adventure.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that.
That's a better name.
Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Probably missed a few Stanlerines when I walked up here. Loading, 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 loading.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Yeah.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
What are we gonna do, Mr. Bucket?
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Don't worry, Mr. Bucket. The horrors will end soon.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Oh.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never!
Never!
He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
I love you, Bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
All right. I like this one. Bucket version. I love the bucket version.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate.
Oh, of course.
Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth.
Ah,
both of them wanted to
priorities.
begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms, not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room, but at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I?
Stanley
I
got
hope
it.
so.
Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Oh no.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Ooh, why does that sounds like rain? How do we find them? Bottom of the text. Small floating objects have appeared across the office. We have synergized our resources to ensure that they are retrieved. There are many questions. There's no memo from management. How can you tell you spotted one? They make them floating in air. Who took these pictures of them? We could do it. Red room. Follow clues provided by employee 416. Ah, 416. Thank you and good luck. Large room, a lot of boxes. Stairs, something to do with stairs, some with both red and blue. Oh, so down the stairs. Got it. Crash the completionist instincts. That's a day, broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Red and blue. Ah.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
What would you guys want to call it? A lot of boxes.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable.
I need to write this
At
down
this
next
point,
time.
Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the
Can
boss's
someone
desk.
please write the
Nor
number
in his
down for
bliss
me?
of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
2845. Thank you.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Alright, now the box room, we will have to hop.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
No.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
It's worth it! Now after this, I will have to call it. Oop, oop. Where am I?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
Oh no! Place full boxes.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
The bucket! Hey, where's my bucket? Where's my bucket?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
No. The Inferno Bucket, a replica of the Inferno Bucket, which is a medieval era, was so powerful and alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for the control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remained: no one can control the bucket. Ooh. Buckets. Cave drawers. Well, no one knows where the bucket pit predated an existence of mankind. We do not know how long. This cave drawing depicts earlier man's discovery of a practical use of the bucket, at which time the bucket was already likely been around for several millennia. Notice that this drawing how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasure.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Hell yeah. Here, the bucket. Hanging bucket. This is symbolizing the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However, the clearer the grasp of the bucket may be yet more than always out of reach. This distance inevitable is for our own good. I want my bucket, though. Yes.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
What's that?
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision of...
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
I love you, bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself.
It is.
Yes, perhaps. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Place full of boxes.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Huh.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Sure.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
Oh.
Simple enough, right? This should
Matador,
tell us
should we do this
everything
all
we'll
wrong
ever
or
need
all
to
right?
know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
It's my friend.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh, I tried to do all wrong. I was blank.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth.
It's a
I thought
bucket.
This was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
What? That's a tracker.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
What?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Ooh.
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket,
Everything's
which of
a
course
bucket.
is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
You are a bucket.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game.
No!
Okay, here we go.
I was trying to run away with my bucket.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets.
But
Yes,
the world's
I
gone.
actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Okay.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run
Yay.
into anyone else, maybe don't mention that.
Okay.
Who knows what that information might do to a person?
Okay,
All
guys,
right,
I'm sorry,
here we
but
go.
y'all are buckets now. Everyone's a bucket. You're a bucket. Everyone's a bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I was trying to get to one of the clues, but I guess I was wrong. Oh, there's a person! Hold up! Whoa, 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 whoa! There's a person! There's a bucket!
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Bucket! Didn't he say like 416 would have the answer?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh, my bucket. I forgot to grab my bucket. Aww. Alright.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I do. I like to look at the employee lounge.
Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness. Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again.
Aww.
Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or two.
Yay!
Now it's only half there. Just a kind of, tingle.
Aww. Roller coaster
But
emotions.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Trying. So we were trying to get to a large room with lots of boxes, and somewhere were both red and blue. Both red and blue. I think that's near the end. Somewhere with a room with lots of boxes. Somewhere with red and blue. Okay, we gotta figure out where that is. The closet's locked.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
because the boss knows what the boss says goes. If the boss suffers loss, then that's what the boss chooses. Just saying if maybe there's something different. Stanley. No, there's no new secrets.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
No!
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Me too. Calming New Age music. We're going too fast.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
I always have to calmly walk forward. I'll have to go the wrong way in order to get there. Stanley. Alright, instead of turning off the mind control, we'll turn on the mind control.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
Oh my
Did he have the
Lord.
strength to find out?
Stanley does, because he's awesome.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
That said something. I can't read the words though. It's like red and blue ink.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Yes.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
I don't have the strength as unbuckleless. I want the mind control on.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted?
Yes!
Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes.
Fine.
Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds. Time doesn't grow on trees.
I don't get this.
Dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being...
Oh, I don't know how any of this works.
Will you cling desperately to your frail life? Or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Okay, I gotta, well, how? How do you control the ending?
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. Truly, being here with the bucket... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Alright, let's go back here.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
Here it is.
Go there. Go to the cargo lift. You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anlarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anlarines. None of us can.
Cool. How do we get back from which we came? Ooh. Where are we now? Now we just gotta go. Oh, hello. So many. Not CDs, cassette tapes.
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down, it doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms.
Because it requires bucket.
Why
it gives you the strength.
Everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there? Caporata.
Did he get eaten by a demon? What the heck?
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
I'm gonna leave the bucket here this time, just in case, because I think it's locking me out of particular places.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly
No,
well.
I'm exploring.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic, like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little. This made him smile. At last, proof that he was human. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No, I'm working on stuff.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red...
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it.
We
Where
got 'em
so
all.
many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So,
Oh.
instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Oh. Okay, so get them all.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
What does 1 through 5 do?
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Stanley World Leaderboard.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it,
Sure,
would you?
sure.
Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
The most annoying sound. Oh my god, for 4 hours? I'll do this on my other time.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Spite.
Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Gosh, the idea of having to hit multiple things and hearing the baby and then brr sounds of buttons. No. No, thank you. It's not worth the achievement. Oh!
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
No, it's
Yes,
Firewatch.
that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
This looks like Firewatch. Nice, this place looks nice. Nice recreation of Firewatch. Alright, let's see if we avoid the cultist trying to murder us.
Oh no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
No!
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call.
What do you mean?
You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
No! No, I was in the world!
Okay.
I gotta explore!
I think this will be just the thing.
No! This
Wonderful.
looks like a
See, this is
sport.
exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for
Is
you
this
to run around in.
Roblox?
There isn't any
No.
possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Isn't this the Rocket League? This is Rocket League.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack.
Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun.
Sports
We shall
ball.
run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
It's really big.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I work so... Hold on. What are you doing?
I didn't mean to jump!
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Oh, shoot. Where am I now? I kept accidentally falling because I saw darkness. Oh man, are we just in the belly of the game? Where are we? Oh, this must be like, Huh. Interesting. Oh, security.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Can you? Explains the Stanley that's wandering around. The other guy. There's another Stanley wandering around the building.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things.
What?
It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
It was great.
Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Sure.
I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Of course. But Stanley found the collectibles. Now remembering. Welcome to the memory zone. Oh, the awards of Stanley Parable. The prettiness. The Epic Wonder of 2013.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find.
Yeah.
Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain?
It could be a hidden
We were
seventh.
so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Everyone fighting for it. Everyone wanting to touch it. What's over here?
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Oh no, I collected one. I didn't mean to collect it.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your 3rd mini Stan? Can you remember?
Over here.
No. Under the stairs was the 4th place you found a Stanley, not the 3rd. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If under the stairs feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go
Okay,
making
you know what?
judgments?
Thank you. Thank you for not judging me. It felt like my 3rd place.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Oh, I'm gonna be annoyed because we didn't... The pink room? Is there a pink room? I don't remember a pink room.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
How'd you find it? By the narrator. What's that back there? I barely saw it. The mini stand number 5. Success! He found near the cargo lift. Thanks for watching. Credits by the narrator. Music by the narrator. Production by the narrator. Everything by the narrator.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Aww.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Sure, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I made bad. I'm bad. Okay, hold up. Oh, don't tell me it restarts everything. Oh, because I was stuck.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on
Okay.
things. It's those figurines. Those
Yes.
Figleys. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire
I can't
life?
skip this.
Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
Hey,
Yes, I
Mathadar,
know we're
are you
supposed
still
to be
up?
telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
I will,
I would
buddy.
love nothing more than to revisit the
Could
figurines.
you grab me more water and ice, darling?
Just one more time.
I forgot the Stanley Parable was very intense. Thank you, dear.
Here's where it all began. The first
The first
collectible.
one.
Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Oh my god, we just keep collecting figurines.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
I'm so glad I do that to you.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, behind the boss's office. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
No, it did not, but I love this guy's thoughts.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
Oh boy.
Enjoy.
I can't skip the video either. Alright guys, sorry. You guys are gonna have to watch the video one more time. I don't remember the third figurine coming from the boss's office, but I guess when you're entering the boss's office, you find the third one. Because I really thought the third one was under the stairway.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else. And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly.
Oh yeah,
like.
figurines were the way to go.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Okay.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
I know he has the figurine desires.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
I did.
Yes, I love that video.
Oh, Grandpa narrator.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
I mean, yeah, it's a pretty cool pink room. I don't remember it either. Think you made it up.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
We're not resisting the temptation. I'm still collecting. Ooh, that was really dark. I was hoping it would pop up up under stairs, but it did not.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Museum. Can you collect them all?
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Oh no, we're a memory train.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Doesn't matter which door I pick.
And before everything else, there was your office.
Yep. There was nothing after that.
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good.
Oh,
I did
wow.
enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
You gonna retire him for good?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a... All of his co-workers were gone, What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
The dark room. Ah, the dark room.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
I'm trying to pick up the phone. Hello?
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Do you like jazz? Hello, Stanley, it's me, your bucket. Press 0 to make me work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it would ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
It's more than just a bucket.
That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
You're wrong. Don't listen to the loud man. Press X to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press Q to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
You relive the same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Let's go back home and back to work and back home again. Sure thing, Mr. Bucket.
Oh no.
I'm having feelings. For the bucket. No, 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 no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket.
Never!
Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley. Oh god, it's like the monkey's paw. It's just... the bucket's too strong.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Good old bucket.
Still no one was here.
Entirely.
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Reboot the game entirely. Hey, reboot the game entirely. I've been fine. Just me and my bucket.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Thank you, Igor.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Stanley and the bucket are going to see what happens if I do the mind control with the bucket.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
It'll be fine, Mr. Bucket.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well?
Of course.
Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never!
Never!
He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Only the bucket is our friend.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation.
So the
Controls
facility
labeled
will
with
let you
emotions.
out.
Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him.
This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery.
Oh my gosh.
Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Yay! Alright guys,
All of his
I'm gonna have to
co-workers
call
were
it here.
gone. What could it mean?
I
Stanley
think we did
decided to go to the
everything we
meeting room.
could.
Perhaps he had simply missed
There's
a
probably
memo.
more stuff to do. Alright, let's do... Someone... Okay, there's someone
Where
messaged
are
me
we
to
going
do...
today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled.
Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Oh my god.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, so someone told me to do it this way.
Still
Complete the
no one
game
was here.
entirely.
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find out. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh. Enter the boss's office.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I already messed this up. Alright, good night everybody. I'm gonna call it here. Y'all have a wonderful day. Y'all have a wonderful night. And I guess remember to always bring your bucket, because after all, we are all buckets.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Alright, and any other endings you guys want to find, just let me know and we'll try to find them all. But I think we did it pretty good. We got the ending of being crushed.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley...
Good boy. Oh, yeah. Let's do... Here, we'll get to the crushing part.
Reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
Yeah, apparently I was trying to do something, but I did not do it correctly.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold. Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley? No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
This is where she shall tell us to get crushed.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
That was the end of the bucket and Stanley. The Bucket Museum. So the thing I was trying to do, I'm going to see if I can try to do this again one more time. If I can, cool. If I can't, I just want to do this.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Oh God, the game is breaking so hard.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
It says... They sent me... When the doors of the boss's office closed, then... let's see... Alright, so we need to go...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked
here.
upstairs to the boss's office.
And then we kind of... Hold on. Let's see. When the doors to the boss's office close... Okay.
Stepping...
Aha! So... Now I can go through here. Okay. Okay, so we trap the narrator in the boss's office. Oh, the office doors are... some of them are blank. Ooh, 428 is open. You are now leaving. Escape pod bay, floor 760. Oh, okay. 760. Alright, 3 more floors. Two more. All this. Escape launch bay. Escape launch bay. Something, something, something. I can't tell. Am I going with the bucket, or am I or what am I doing? Oh, I set my bucket free.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
My bucket's gone! Okay, guys. Bye, everyone. There you go. I wanted to get something cool. There it is. Goodness. I gotta figure out what happens. My bucket's gone. You saved the bucket. All of this for the bucket. Must save bucket. You guys have been great. You've been wonderful. I love y'all. Thank you for watching me play this game. It has been crazy. I was not expecting Bucket and sending Bucket into freedom like it's freaking Superman. I saved Bucket. All this is for Bucket. Okay, bye everybody.